today, it's my 4-year stream anniversary. I mean, technically it might not be because I swear, whenever I go to look at my Steam achievements to see, and I scroll down to the list and say, this was your first stream or whatever the first achievement you get on Twitch. It always says a different date, but I don't care enough to change it. Like literally, when it was my first stream anniversary back on the Chaos Twitter recipe, I thought it was the end of July. I have horrible memory. I thought it was the 31st of July, and then I realized, I looked at my Twitch achievements and it said the 10th. So it just keeps changing dates, and I do not know why it keeps changing the dates of the achievements. But yeah, 10th of July of it is just kind of the official stream anniversary. And I don't have my first VOD to track because I stupidly didn't put them as I did not upload them to YouTube because I did not know that Twitch's VOD like saving system is so horrible. So yeah. I've got some different drinks for today's stream. We've got some J2Os. I got these from the shop earlier. I got these from the co-op earlier, and yeah. I also have my regular Vimto in my bottle in case we need it, because these are not. There's not a lot in these. There's not too much in these. So yeah. but yeah. 4 years is fucking crazy though if you think of it. Like, I think my first stream anniversary was on the Chaos Twitter recipe, and then and then I didn't remember my stream anniversary from 2021. I probably played like Sims or something. I was like on Oswork or something. And then last year's stream anniversary was when I played Phasma with Danny. So yeah. So yeah. I don't feel like I'm gonna be. I feel like I'm not going to be. Stop streaming. Like I'm not gonna quit streaming anytime soon. Like literally, we have so much Ace Attorney to do that like I'm not just gonna stop like so close to like the finish of Great Attorney and so close to the end of Appellate Justice, because we have like one more game of that trilogy left, and I'm not gonna quit before we even start playing Investigations. So yeah, I'm gonna be continuing streaming for the foreseeable future, hopefully for the foreseeable future. And I'm also not gonna stop streaming in the middle of an Oswork SMP season. Just not gonna do that. I'm just not gonna do that. But yeah, 4 years. Crazy indeed. So yeah, hopefully I'll be streaming for at least another few years. I think I did say, I think I said like a while ago, or like I think I was thinking about like when it got to my 5-year stream anniversary, I would be like, hey, I might not stream. I might like rethink whether I want to continue streaming. And now that it's like 4 years, I'm like, okay, I don't think I'm going to be quitting next year. Like I'm probably not going to be quitting this time next year. So yeah, we might be streaming for at least the next couple of years, streaming through my degrees at least. So yeah, streaming until at least the end of uni, and then hopefully through my masters. So yeah. So yeah. Also, do you guys have J2Os in the US? Yeah, these are dead nice. These are dead nice if you haven't had these. I always get these whenever like me and my family are like going out to like a pub or something, because like I don't drink alcohol, so it's like J2. It's either get J2O or get like lemonade or get water, and like J2Os are like the best out of the three, basically the best non-alcoholic option. So yeah. So yeah. Anyways, guys. Let's get into some Great Ace Attorney. We have 2 parts of the trial left, so we might get it all done this stream. We might not, cause just looking at it, the last part of the trial looks to be alcohol. It's not alcohol, Sage. It's a bloody J12. Welcome in, Sage. Hello. But yeah, the last part of the trial does seem decently long. So I don't know whether to do that. I don't know whether I'm going to be doing that today or doing that on Friday. So yeah, we'll be either finishing this case today or on Friday, hopefully. So yeah. So yeah, we're gonna do at least one part of the trial today, and then yeah, maybe the last part today, maybe not. We'll see how long it takes us to do this part. Okay, so where are we? Are we in the courtroom? We're in the courtroom. We're in the Old Bailey courtroom. I completely forgot that we're up against Strongheart. I was not gonna lie, I was fully expecting the Old Bailey judge to be there, not Strongheart. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice, and the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Why did I say figures? Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Reference, because this is the second game in the Chronicles Great Attorney Resolve. So yeah, resolve. Yes, that's my intention. My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Sogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? Oh yeah, because he came over here as a defense attorney. Oh no, shit, yeah, I completely forgot about that. He was like conspiring with Gregson to murder Jigoku. He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this one day. Kazuma, whatever the outcome of this trial, I gave my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. But as far as we know, thank you, Moneymaker, for the love. Welcome on in. But yeah, as far as we know, and as far as we believe, actually, again, Van Zeeks had really not that much nothing to do with the actual Reaper plot. I know Kazuma has been kind of conspiring, and I'm going to turn my music down because that is annoying me slightly. But yeah, I know Casimir or someone was basically saying that like, oh, Van Zieks was like the head of the operation. He didn't directly kill anyone. Basically, he was just telling Gregson to go assassinate people. But like, as far as we believe, I don't believe that Van Zieks was actually the head of the Reaper operation. If that makes sense. I don't believe he was actually. I believe that it was someone else that was leading the Reaper operation. Maybe Gregson, maybe, because he was involved in it. So maybe Gregson, maybe not. Probably not. There was probably someone else that was the head of the Reaper operation, not Baron Van Zieks. Casimir is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Is that really even Casimir-sama standing before us? Yeah, because the Casimir that we met, like in the first case, and the Casimir who died on the SS Burya is very different to the Casimir who's now the prosecutor for this case. As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Baron Van Zieks. The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Very well then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Soge, begin. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Sashiro Jigoku into the courtroom. At last then, we've reached the final battle. We're up against Sashiro. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get the truth. Come on, Yunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit. Okay, now we have Sashiro. Now we have the judge that we faced off in the very first Great Ace Attorney case, and the Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Ha. So it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena? I did what was necessary. Ha 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 ha. Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that toad with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Sashiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am, of course, fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country, along with Eugene Nikitoba. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never. Fancy that the young murdering student turning up here of all places. You acquitted me yourself, and now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yeah, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. To talk about whatever. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say, decline to comment. Okay. Usually when Ace Attorney characters have decline or exercise their right to remain silent, there's more. They know something. First there was Adrian Andrews in Farewell My Turnabout, and now it's Jigoku. I mean, I know there's other characters that have exercised their right to remain silent in Ace Attorney. I just can't think of them right now. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that our respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you would run from all this? I beg your pardon? This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan, the murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right. And you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. Oh yeah, because Jigoku was like the guy that presided over the trial for Dr. John H. Wilson's murder, and Ryunosuke was the suspect that got acquitted for Wilson's murder, and it was later found out that it was Giselle Brett and a Shin. Not Anna. Her name's not Anna, it's Asa. Asa Sheen. I keep calling her Anna Sheen instead of Asa Sheen. Which is stupid, because if you just put her name together and take away the H, it literally spells out assassin. So sometimes Ace Attorney has really obvious but pun names. We have Frank Sorrett, and then we have Salmonella. His name's just Salmonella. There's no other way to pronounce it. That doesn't have anything to do with Turnabout Samurai. His name's just Salmonella. So yeah, that's right. I just read that. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end too. Let's see your evidence then. What proof do you have that Sashiro Jigoku is involved in this case? Oh, we have not. I've forgotten all the evidence. I've forgotten all the evidence already. Telegram from Hosonaga in Japan, details of the telegram he managed to locate by stealing it in Judge Jigoku's office. Okay. This is a telegram detailing the communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: Keisoki, Kazuma, Aishin. Why am I having such a difficult time saying Shin instead of Sheen? Okay, Asa Sheen. T. Gregson, Tobias Gregson, and what was the other one? What was the other one he said? J. Wilson, John Wilson. You little. Where did you get that? In Tokyo, from your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you? What's this all about? Why is my name on the list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and A. Sheen are the names of assassins. No. Oh, yeah, because Kazuma was actually, like I said earlier, Kazuma was teaming up with Gregson to kill, I think, Jigoku? Are you going to Tokyo? Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. Were they targeting Jigoku or were they targeting Gregson? I can't remember because both Jigoku and Gregson went to Dunkirk, France. That's what I remember from last stream. And I can't remember if they were targeting Jigoku or Gregson or not. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett, but her real name was Asa Sheen, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. A. Sheen and her victim J. Wilson, and it was Gregson who was sent to kill. I just remember that. And the murder that would make more sense with the telegram. And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. And oh yeah, I remember that. Now I'm starting to remember. This is what happens when you take like a day. There's like a whole day in between. There's a whole like day in between streams. I remember now that Herlock was the guy that kind of like was inspecting Kazuma's death, right? Because if you guys don't know, Kazuma was actually kind of pronounced death on the SS. What's pronounced death? Was pronounced dead on the SS Burya by Herlock Sholmes. And Herlock Sholmes, I think knew about the 4 names and was preventing Kazuma from coming to going to Britain in order to protect Gregson. I think that's what happened. I think that's what's happened. K. Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Judge Jigoku, what's this all about? Yeah, what's it about, Jigoku? Are you Kazuma? You lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't just Jigoku at all. It was Gregson. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Yonosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Toshiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. Tom Bray! Hello Tom Bray. Hello, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? How's your stream? I saw you were on Lifesteal. You were on Lifesteal, weren't you? How was it? I was Lifesteal, Tom Bray. How was it? How was your stream? Welcome on in, Raiders. Welcome on in. If you guys don't know me, don't know me, I'm Poppy. I am a bad ending border insta close. I just snapped the thing off my kind of. But that I'm not gonna lie, I barely know how life still works, but that sounds like shit. That sounds like shit. That sounds honestly like shit. But yeah. Anyways, if you guys know me, I'm Poppy. I am a variety. If you readers don't know me, I am a variety streamer. I am currently playing through a lot of Ace Attorney. I started Ace Attorney back last August. I started with the Phoenix Wright trilogy, played through all of that, finished that in January, and now I'm almost finished with Great Ace Attorney, and I've done like almost 2/3 of the Appellate Justice trilogy, so getting on with that. And then the Edge of Investigations is coming out in September, so I'm going to be playing through that. I also play a lot of other games. Like I said, I'm a variety streamer. I'm currently on an SMP called Oswork. We are on season 2, and I might be doing an Oswork stream this week, because I haven't streamed on Oswork in a while. But yeah, I wanted to stream on Oswork this week because we've just updated to 1.20. We've just updated to 1.21. Sorry. I also play Sims and Sticky Business and a bunch of other random games I have in my Steam library. But yeah. How you doing, Raiders? How are you? How's everyone doing from the raid? But yeah, thank you again, Tom Bray, for the raid. Yeah, I'm gonna get back into some Great Ace Attorney, because we have just started a trial this stream. We have just started a trial, so yeah, it should be all good. Should be all fun. You deliberately avoided saying a name. The defense claims these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's a now distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Greggson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Growls. Oh yeah, we inspected that yesterday when we were playing as Herlock. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. Ha 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 ha. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. Okay, we'll get Jigoku's testimony then. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange, and I accidentally skipped through that, and the events of the night of the 31st of October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. Let's go. Okay, we have a testimony from Jigoku. It's true that Kazuma Soki was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. Okay. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. So you admit it then, as this communication suggests. There really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. Our political endeavour at the highest levels, not something I can discuss here. To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce someone to commit murder, it's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? And so he had a reason for taking his son to that British inspector, you know. What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Council? But the fuck you mean? The fuck you mean? Kazuma-sama? Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. Oh, okay. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. But what about what Gory said about his time of death being indeterminate, and that he was like frozen, which could have, you know, delayed the decaying process, and therefore he could have been killed like a whole day earlier on the 31st of October rather than on the 1st of November like originally stated. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Park Front 6. Again, what about what Gory said? What about what Maria Gory said? The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. I am still relying on what Maria Gory, who was, you know, the leading, you know, coroner on Greggson's body when conducting the autopsy. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. How the fuck can I say Machiavellian? But not some other words. I don't even remember what Machiavellian means. I know he mentioned it. I know one of my teachers mentioned it last year at A-level. In the field of personality psychology, no, it was in I think it was in a uni, or was it I think it was a uni that we mentioned Machiavellianism. What can I say now? Machiavellianism is the name of a personality trait construct characterized by interpersonal manipulation, indifference to morality, lack of empathy, and a calculated focus on self-interest. Okay. To think, there we go. Clearly it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. It was Strongheart, wasn't it? She's the only person that's like that I can think of that like would control everything. Cause he's like, what's his job role? I do not remember. I do not remember his like job role. Lord Chief Justice of London. He's the Lord Chief Justice. Okay, so he like kind of controls the law system in London. He controls like he controls the court basically in London. So, and like it's not gonna be Van Zieks. He's just a prosecutor. So, like he doesn't control everything. It's gotta be Strongheart. It's gotta be Strongheart, surely. That was the other side of this. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. Is that why Strongheart wanted to like preside over this, and instead of the Old Bailey judge, because he wanted to basically control the defense and stop Ryunosuke from actually like pursuing this point further because he knew it was related to the murder of Inspector Gregson. He knows. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel? Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. I will go over the evidence first because I don't remember all the evidence from Monday. First, let's save. And then court record. So we have the red-headed lead article with the saying about the death of Ezekiah Hopkins. The photograph of Daily Vigil, and a letter of introduction from Eugene Megatoba to Governor Caden at the prison. That was on the back of his ticket. And then the dismissal notice, Daily Vigil's dismissal notice from Caden from the prison. And then the photograph of Evie Vigil. And then the candelabra that was shot at this white hair. The red hairpiece that belonged to Gregson. The revolver that was the murder weapon apparently for Gregson's murder. And Barak Van Zieks lost his around the same time that the murder occurred. A bit coincidental there, that's a big coincidence. And then this policeman finger, which is actually a key for Gregson's pocket watch to wind it up basically. Then we've got this photograph of Clint Van Zieks, Barak Van Zieks, and then Inspector Gregson. The autopsy report of Maria Gore. I always go between Maria and Mariah for the pronunciation of her name. And yeah, it says here, time of death indeterminate because there's evidence suggesting that measures may have been taken to disguise the time of death. And then the crime scene floor plan, the candelabrum was there. And then there's the notice board that I'll show you in a minute. Which is this one. This has a bloodstain, a bloodstained hand on the back of it. And then we have these firecrackers, 100 small fireworks that goes off a gunshot that was given to us by Venus, one of the witnesses. Then we've got the photograph of Gregson. There's his pocket watch they round up every single day that he's had for 10 years. And then we've got his ID that Daily Vigil had on him, because he would go around to different places proclaiming, "Oh, I'm Inspector Gregson, here's my ID." Basically making alibis for Inspector Gregson, because a lot of people might not have known what Inspector Gregson looked like. So there'll be people who would testify, "Hey, yeah, Inspector Gregson was here doing this investigation," when he was actually someone else having some sort of involvement with this assassin plot. And then there's this photograph of Jigoku, Ryunosuke, Susato, and Eugene Mikitoba. Got the Asogi papers that basically say, Genshin, who was the professor who killed a bunch of people 10 years ago in canon, that he kind of leaves all his stuff to Kazuma in Japan. And then we've got Gregson's trunk that had a bunch of stuff on it, like this blade cut through that was suspected to was caused by Karama, which is Kazuma's blade. Then we've got this blood stain, and then we have Clint Van Zieks, Barak's older brother. This is his autopsy report, and John H. Wilson carried out the procedure. The Professor Mixtober penned the report, and John just signed it, basically. And then we've got Iris' Lucky Charm, which is basically as I remember, it's like a walkie-talkie, basically, to Herlock. He has like a similar one that Iris gave him of herself. It's like a little like bear thing. And then they've got a passport in Gregson's possession that says, "Oh hey, I'm going to Dunkirk, say 1st October." And then we've got this. They've got Karama. That has a piece missing, which we haven't examined actually. Karama, the Great Blade. It's such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze on it for hours. Oh yeah, we had Karama for a while when we fought. Ryunosuke had Karama for a while when we fought. Kazuma's dead. So yeah, but now Kazuma has it. The tip of the great sword broken. It's such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I can almost hear Karama's sobs. Kazuma must have really taken a swing for that to happen. Yeah. I think there's anything else left to examine on Karama. Then we've got this evacuation drill itinerary. Following departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedures. The drill will take 20 minutes. Crew to resume duties as soon as the drill is over. And this was found in Jigoku's cabin. And then this is a small machine part that was found in Judge Jigoku's cabin, which we also haven't examined. You see the little things all over the place, don't you? And it's the part of the top of a pocket watch that you twist to set the time, isn't it? It's called a crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without... Wait, we have a pocket watch! We have Gregson's! The crown, like what sits on top of a man's head? That's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually... Yes, Mr. Naruhodo? This is a crown. I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here, someone with a very bad head. By monarchy you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have. Okay, let's go inspect the pocket watch then. What do you think, Mrs. Sato? I feel sure I know exactly what will fit here. Really, I was just thinking precisely the same thing. We're about to see that the little round component is actually part of Inspector Gregson's broken pocket watch. Really? I was just thinking precisely that too, because we just discussed it. Why was that in Jigoku's cabin though? Why was that in Jigoku's cabin? A perfect fit. I knew it. That's finished off with. Alright, perhaps you knew it. I'll make a note of this new information at once. I'm opening another one already. I'm opening another K2 already. Okay. Yeah, why was that in Jigoku's cabin, I wonder? Oh wait, can we further examine the broken pipe? Yes, we can. We can inspect this. The glass over the face really is badly cracked. Look, it's badly cracked. Look. What a shame when the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully. I imagine Mr. Sholmes could repair it, don't you? Yeah, I should think so. He's very adept at things like this. A useful man to have around, in fact. But can you remember that he's a great detective, Mr. Naruhodo? Not an odd job man. Okay. We also have this telegram from Japan that telegram from Hilsanaga. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows Kayasoki Eishin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson, Hilsanaga. Oh, so this is just a duplicate, not the actual thing that was shown, that was like found in Jigoku's office. This is just a duplicate. Okay, so what have we got? What can we present? Wait. Shit. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to go to statement number 4. I knew Kazuma's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock. It's unforgivable. Using Kazuma-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan. But I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Jigoku too. He completely double-crossed him. Oh dear. It's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part. One way or another though, Ferguson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened on board that steamship. See me, Judge Jigoku must be lying. I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment, but you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay. Yeah, wasn't that, it was the evacuation drill. Yeah, it's on the main deck at 10 p.m. So maybe they were outside your cabin. Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have heard notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. What? Where did you get that? It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were together on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts, and during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. You knew this, didn't you, Jigoku? In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Yeah, he knew. A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke, but it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence, what else did he say? Decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false, the accusation amounts to nothing. Very true. Well, counsel? Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it, because the defense has the evidence to prove it. You'll present the evidence for the court at once, counsel. I'm messing around with my phone because I got a new thing for the back of it. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on the 31st of October? Okay, the only thing we have really is the small component that was on Gregson's watch, because that was in Jigoku's cabin, and that belonged to Gregson. So, Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch? He's sweating bullets right now. And if you observe the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. In the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you young murderer? He's no murderer, he didn't kill Wilson.
Objection!
It was Anashine. It was Asashine, but I keep calling her Anashine instead of Asashine. Expertly maneuvered, Greenoscape. And your argument sounds entirely plausible at first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Sorry? If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world of your ridiculous bombast. I'm sorry, you absolute dickhead. I'm gonna slap him across the fucking face, honestly. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you will notice the pitfall in which you stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point: that the fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. Yeah, I do. Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st of October. Of course, as a man of law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. Okay, that is about testimony. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an throw. Though he couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagined his watch was broken and I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain because his body was found in London. Does he know? Does he know where his body was found? Upon sale? I command jujitsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So Inosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yeah, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have had no involvement in the case. I'd start in 5 minutes, by the way. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're being. He's a dick. I hate him. I hate him now. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. He definitely has some involvement. And not cause, he's the only named judge in the entire Ace Attorney franchise. This is the thing. When you start, there's been a precedent of, not naming judges in the entirety of Ace Attorney. And now that you have named a judge, that makes him seem like a much more important character than he actually. That makes him much more of an important character than he initially seemed to be. Like, if they named both of the judges, the Bailey judge and Jijoku, then it could have been just like, oh, it could have just been like, oh, this is just a great Ace Attorney thing, and then you would have been caught more off guard with this witness testimony and all this shit, all this like assassin shit. But because he's the only named judge, then you're like, okay, he's a lot more important than he initially lets on in the first Great Ace Attorney case, which I can never remember what the name of it is, so I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna see what it was, because I cannot remember what it was. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures, Aces. I cannot remember what it's called. The Adventure of the Great Departure. Okay, that was the first one. That was the first one. That was the first case. But yeah, he seems like a lot more important than he initially lets on in the first case. Let's see. Let's have a look. Okay, I want you to further explain that. But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that the idea of yours through now, Stripling. What? If the inspector was killed on the steamship to France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at the same spot. It's the devil of a thing. Well then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse of a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Well, yeah, that's true, but what about in that little case of yours? Because if you think about it, because we literally found Jigoku in his case when we were playing as Herlock on Monday. So it's entirely possible that he just stuffed Gregson in there. Like, they just stuffed Gregson in there when he moved off. So, yeah. That's true, but... Wait, I accidentally switched to moving button, didn't I? All passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels, and I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. That's killed that idea then. But perhaps not. Mrs. Sato. We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. And it started soon, by the way, Yeah, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony. With your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. But what about the big ass case? What do we have? What do we have that shows his big ass case? Wait. There it is. There it fucking is.
Objection!
there's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say... I did not realize the ad had been running. I did not realize the ad had started running. I'll have to read that bit out in a minute. Or less than a minute, you know, in like 30 seconds. But still. Yeah, because I don't want Twitch chat to miss out on this. I mean, I could just turn off the ad thing. I could just turn off the ad thing on my Twitch studio, not Twitch studio. I deleted Twitch studio ages ago. On my Twitch dashboard, the ad manager thing. But apparently that only turns off like your ability to control the ads. Like you still have pre-rolls on your streams basically. So yeah. Welcome back everybody. There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I did not realise the ad started before I read that out. I would say the opposite is true. What's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do that. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs, which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? I knew you were jealous. Oh yeah, Mikatoba brought that up. I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, it's surely not suggested. I'm afraid I am, yeah. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. Which is suspicious. Order in the court. I'm skeptical, counsel. That grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? Just verifying it with Erlog. But inside his trunk, how horrifying. And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in the cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gorey, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between. Yeah, I'm sure they are, but one place that's certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cool rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages, and the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikatoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? However, much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Ha 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 ha. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move letting Asoki and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning. in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already. Judge Goku, please stop diverting attention from the issues at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond? Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime. The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard, as the accused, Barak Von Zieks, shot the victim at point blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that the only fairy tale is here. How can you say that? Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you? Hello, Potato. I really do the thing. Welcome on in, Potato. How are you doing? The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence, good. I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good actually. It is the 4-year anniversary of my streams. We finally got affiliate after 4 years. 4 years. After months, yeah. 4 years, but it's been 4 years since I started streaming, so technically after 4 years. You're almost a year. That's almost a fucking year. Jeez. Like what? 2-3 days away from 1 year. Jeez. 2 days, 2 more days until it's been 1 year. Jeez, you've been around a while. 1 day now since it's 11:39 p.m. Oh, you're 2 hours ahead of me. Actually, you're 2 hours ahead of me. It's 9:39 for me. But yeah, jeez, you've been around for a while, Potato. You've been around for a while. Are you in the UK? Yes, I am. I am in England. What? I was gonna present something. I think this is what I was thinking of presenting. Gregson. I'm in GMT +3. Ah, okay. I'm in GMT +1. So yeah, you're 2 hours ahead. I photographed the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed. Yeah, but the point is the posture of the body itself. What? If Inspector Gregson had been shot in there in that room, it's not the question that the body would have been curled up in a ball like that. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal. But he died instantly, so how would he acquire that position if he died instantly from the shot? That doesn't make sense. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Goku, but it's your logic that is flawed. Why is it 1 million points for VIP for 1 month? You know that's how hard it is to get points now. Yeah, I was actually thinking like last week to lower in it. So yeah, I think the VIP like forever should be. I think I'm gonna move the VIP forever should be moved down to 1 million, and then like maybe the for 1 month fee should be moved down to like 10k or like 100k or something. So yeah, I'm gonna probably lower it off the stream maybe. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting? The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coolly turned out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk. No. Anyways, I'm gonna go now. Alright, see you later, Potato. See you around. You're quite right, the shape of the body looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space. Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Did we not? I can't remember if we noticed blood. Or I don't know if we noticed blood on his trunk, in his trunk, when we saw him in the trunk as we were investigating as Herlock the other day. But it very well could be that he was like when he was killed, because we only saw him curled up in the trunk. We didn't actually see the trunk empty for like a second, so it could have very well been that he like hid the blood with his body. Present my trunk? I refuse. What? On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some striplin's baseless accusations. In other words, Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk. I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs,
Objection.
I have privileges that, at this moment, you are not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be, you will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. And we don't care that like he's like some judge or like a fucking minister. I don't care. He's acting dead suspicious right now. Order in the court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? You can't be serious. You did it. Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asoge? What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? You? Dear God, outrageous. So it was you. You admit to Inspector Genshin's bet? No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which is left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it in the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. Oh, Kazuma. That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asoge. You. I never thought you'd stick to this, Sashiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Asoge. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter, and nothing more. I don't believe this. Counsel for the defense, what is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the 9th question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asoge. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asoge is impossible. Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claim that the logical reasoning in the future of the judicial process. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asoge to commit the crime. What? The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So, present what you have, counsel. What proof is that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asoge's statement? Okay, I have no idea what else to present other than this. Other than the evacuation drill, so we're presenting that. The itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord, this is conclusive proof. An itinerary? How does that prove anything? Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. Yeah, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Asoge stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent the night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. When I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asoge couldn't possibly have carried out the killing, because he was still in Dunkirk. No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really didn't. What did he say? That he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship, just waiting for his time to come back and. No, that's out of the question, isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. No, there's no escape this time. You can't forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it, Shiro Jigoku? It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. The Professor case. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Witness breakdown. Oh yeah, didn't he break the witness stand beforehand in the Professor case? Oh yeah, because he got it's over. My life. It's over. Yeah, because he got charged with something. I don't remember what, but he got charged with something. Don't remember exactly what. A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain, and you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at the time in Kazuma's place, because he was a stowaway, and that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain, so I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. I made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation, the Reaper himself. Some of that out of the woods, yeah, basically for defending Baroque. So that means the assassin exchange program was all planned by the Reaper. I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death. Oh, how awful. It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting for the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. I'd intended to finish him by strangulation. The moments before I had my chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move. And then you shot him. Is he claiming self-defense? I'd received the British-issued gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? Okay. So it doesn't belong to Baroque then. And the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Rouse. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely why all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Genshin's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit, so I took a Hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel, then. Yeah, I wasn't expecting our welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Venus. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the candle truck there and then, so I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a good shot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own travelling case, so I put that on. Although I suspect I drew more attention to myself than I would have otherwise. The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red Heading League investigation. I only arrived at the room at around 4:45, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board and set up my little candle truck. I arranged it so that the firecrackers would go off from the bank around 15 minutes later, so that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that? I imagine it was a bag of fish and chips. Oh yeah, I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back in his pocket the following morning, but, well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. I completely forgot for a second that there's just no witness stand now because he destroyed it. I've had enough. We arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who is your counterpart in Britain? Who is the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Was it Asashine? Enough. Was it Asashine or was it, I've already told you that I cannot say, or was it Strongheart? Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Guilty. Sashiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty. And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt. Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, thank you. Is something wrong? I'm just a little troubled by his silence. The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment are brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor. As you wish. Now, for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant, Barak Van Zieks.
Objection!
What? What is it? Was that Kazuma? What is it, Kazuma? The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel? The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all, and therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position. What? But Judge Jigoku has already confessed. Nevertheless, Barak Van Zieks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asoge. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Sashiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot, into this sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself, well, certainly, that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barak Van Zieks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What? Order. The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case? Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zieks very thoroughly in that regard, and has found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper. Perhaps, but the circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. Yeah, you were his apprentice, so you are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zieks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains Kazuma's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zieks unwittingly started 10 years ago. Very well. Whilst it is extremely irregular, I will, on this occasion, grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord Van Zieks, I I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since that time I've enjoyed the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Antiques. The prosecution begins its case by calling the accused to the stand as a primary witness in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper the Bailey. And what says the defense? Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous, and Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself. But I knew it would be like this, and I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise, as a lawyer and as his friend. Then that's what we must do. The defense has no objection, my lord. Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. As you wish, my lord. Witness testimony time. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Rex's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. There is a connection, though, through your brother. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution because his brother's autopsy specifically was carried out by John H. Wilson. Both that you are the Reaper Bailey and that you masterminded the assassin exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? I desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in the pursuit of truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense. Proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. Okay, let's save first. Let's save first. And let's save to the right. There, yes, on the right, that's save. Back. Yeah, I think I know which one to question. I know which one to question. Where is it? Yeah. See? His brother's autopsy report signed by John H. Wilson.
Objection!
What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old from the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Sweets. What? My brother's autopsy report? I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Order in the court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? This autopsy report of the professor's final victim is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that cursed name again, the professor. I've personally researched all of the court records related to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered a sacrilege to the victim's souls, and for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Flintfenseeks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson, I forgot about that entirely. I was just trying to connect Barrock to Wilson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all of his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convinced him. Convinced him? I may have just convicted him. I knew I know I said it wrong. And he would Lord Flintfenseeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvellous victory in court. A marvellous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death, that's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Order at once. 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this courtroom as a mass murderer to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it, which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a liar. Come on, Kazuma, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Shishio Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? So the truth about the evidence. And he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karama, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, aren't you? Oh yeah. And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then. The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak. I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it? That's right. Even then. That's when he hit Gregson's case. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama. If the results of Clint Van Ziek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer, Gregson, and the lead coroner, Wilson, must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barak Van Zieks. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange this exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barak Van Zieks.
Objection!
Kazuma Soge. What you just told the court? Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? So he wasn't aware. I heard it with my own ears, his shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What? Lord Van Zieks? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. If Lord Van Zieks isn't the one behind all of this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You. I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... It's Strongheart.
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy report is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mayo Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court, but he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Van Zieks, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zieks. 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession. I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the Lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. He manipulated the evidence. I spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now, I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. and that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Sashiro Jigoku. Lord Stockheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of Bailey. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense. A wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself? The claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zeek's autopsy? That's utterly untrue. Oh, come on, Maelstrom Car. I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. Spirit channeling. Spirit channeling exists in this world and you know it. You mean to say? I forget how the system works in your little backwater country, but in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining such wild fantasies that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Order in the court. Following Inspector Gregson's murder and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? So that was the reason, that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accused brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections? Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Isn't there other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zeek's autopsy. The person who wrote it, Mikotoba. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks. Even so far as dispatching as an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Syph won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one way of hope. Actually, there is one person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous, there's no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me. Kazuma, I? Please, this trial can't end. Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person in the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeek is Eugene Mikotoba. Heaven help us. Another Japanese? An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Eugene Mikotoba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Sashiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Added 5 minutes. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely reads of the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy lab 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. What? But Professor Mikotoba in London at this very moment. We could summon him to stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone he knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. He has no evidence. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence. That's exactly why we need witness testimony. The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. You dickhead, you absolute dickhead. I hate this guy. And I want to punch him in his face. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Sishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities. But we all know what happened. That will just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to uncover his tracks again. And I just realized how slightly desaturated this can looks on camera. Because the thing is, on my webcam, in OBS, and on stream, it looks, the majority of it looks yellow. But can I look at it for proper light? Wait, flashlight. But in real life, it's more orange. You can tell that bit is orange, but the rest of it looks yellow on camera, but it's actually orange. Why is it? I don't know. Bear with me. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Soge, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi. I hate this guy so much. I'm gonna smack him right over his head. He's the worst. That'll be all. I hereby. Okay, who's there? Who said that? Herlock's here. Mr. Sholmes. This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once. Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Sashiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Mayor Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question. If I may, I decide soon. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To not along to the prevarications of your superiors? order in the court. It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. I'm not gonna open a new channel yet. Don't know how long I'm gonna stream for, so yeah. And I can just put these in the fridge if we're gonna end soon. I don't know if I'm gonna end soon yet. I don't know whether to do the next part of the trial on Friday or not. Might do, I'm not sure. I haven't done a longer stream of Ace Attorney in a little while. I'm gonna check how long has it actually been. Since we did a longer Ace Attorney stream. We did a 2.5 hour stream on Monday and then almost a 3 hour stream last week. Most of my Ace Attorney streams have been like 2-ish hours. How long has it been since we did like a longer Ace Attorney stream? The stream where we met Aura was like 3 and a bit hours. And my stream from a few weeks ago played Twisted Karma and his last bow were, I think it's Twisted Karma, yeah, it's Twisted Karma and his last bow were like 3 hours, so I might stream a little bit longer than usual. I'm not entirely sure. I'll just stream for a little bit longer and see how much I want to get through. It seems that we have, I didn't read all that. It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence. He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. Yeah, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. But will it really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person here present who doesn't do the same? What's that? The trial should go on. Summon the witness. That's right. We need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow goes into custody. My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. I toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. On with the trial. On with the trial. Testify. 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 Well, my lord, you hear the voices of the British justice. I take it. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. Testify. The court will recess briefly. Okay, slightly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives in court, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Mikatoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikatoba is here in this courthouse even? Mr. Schultz, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I was just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, yes. I trust you have Iris's little look charm with you? Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the heirs are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witnesses to the stand. So it looks like, it's large, strong car. He's the Reaper, Bailiff. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into, what did he say? Plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. And okay, I'm gonna take a slight break, and we shall be back after this, hopefully. Still undecided on whether after my little break, that I shall continue with Send Out. I'll maybe do like 1 or 2. I'll maybe try and see how far we can go up until maybe 11, and then we'll finish anything or maybe we can do the first cross-examination maybe, and then we can do the rest of this trial on Friday. We'll see. So yeah, I shall be a few minutes. We'll be doing a little bit more of this, and then we'll see where we are, like 11, half 11ish. So witness, please state your name and occupation for the call. Eugene Mikitoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. And Professor Mikitoba, the young lady beside you is... this is Dr. Maria Gore, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Syfe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Syfe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy, but you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too. That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man, the idea of it is making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Syfe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? No, we would not. The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikatoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. Do you still know each other? Oh wait, they wouldn't know each other. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right, I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks? I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read for the document and signed it. Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such good view of all the innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeeks' autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too. Very well then, you will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. As one that is accused of being the Reaper? Really? Really? We need the Old Bailey judge in there. Honestly. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart that I found a little strange. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. What was removed from his stomach? Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. No indication, nothing to suggest fabrication. Professor Mikatoba, are you certain of that? Well, nothing that I can positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. This guy, that clears things up nicely. This guy, he's suspicious. The one fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely? With the tip of a sword at his throat? The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession, and that was uttered in. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. If I may, my lord, There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon? Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of this case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I'm so bored. Oh my god. Welcome back, Potato. Welcome back. Suffered a different fate. It's 1 a.m. almost. Oh shit. Oh god. I have nothing to do. Sleep, maybe? Yeah, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. To eat. I ain't sleeping. Sleeping is for nerds. Well, go to sleep bloody anyways. That's enough. I believed I warned you about this, witness. Be a nerd for once. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony, and I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryunosuke, I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Let us cross-examine, for goodness sakes. Very well, you may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. Cross-examination time. Okay, I wanna look up. Oh, come on, this is annoying. Why don't they just speed up like in the Phoenix Wright Children? What, Gory said. This.
Hold it!
What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkling round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps. It was a ring, belonging to Genshin Asogi. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach. At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitimus quartus of his left hand, the 4th or ring finger. I understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan to London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old, but I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not, it was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? I brought the ring along with me today. What? Here it is. A bit dusty from years in the stores. God gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found in the victim's stomach? Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikitoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my, really? At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gore, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? survey came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it. And that has been added to the court record. It's not a sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. Okay, then let's examine it then. Let's examine it then. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Yeah, if you're clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on there, like you should think. Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo. Even for you. It would even make such a dangerous ring. You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky milky bun of about that size would go down much better. With some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably even manage to choke on this somehow. Okay. There's nothing else to examine. Okay. What about when he swallowed the ring? The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at the moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. So did Wilson plant it in his stomach or in his intestines? In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. But what are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asoge, and he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach. Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in the record, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No! And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this. Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size, with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to his throat and esophagus? Torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. Now let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. Okay. Wilson is more suspicious to the day. So So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There's no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope recently demonstrated practical use in France. I won one the government can pay. I don't think so. And Dr. Gorey, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. We open up the dead to find the truth. I beg your pardon? But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up while her secret's inside. That's wrong. Dr. Gorey, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Interesting. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before. About memory I have. Of Genshin Sogi, Silver Knife. Oh yeah, he did. What, my father saved your life? Yeah, why didn't he just kill Barak instead of saving his life? That makes no sense. Surely. It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden, don't make a peep, you're coming with us. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. It shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying? I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen for him? You mean that's what those thugs were after that night? That's
Objection!
Suspicious. Were those thugs like members of the judiciary, like working for Shankar? You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a master murderer and have him arrested. Kazuma. Open your eyes. Ryunosuke? You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at that moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Strong heart? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you are Lady Justice herself. It seems you thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let's imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh. In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zieks? Oh yeah, Lord Van Zieks prosecuted that one. Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence. An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. But if that autopsy was all above board, there would be nothing to stop Lord Strongcat bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion. Who objected? Kazuma. Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't your for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but with one giant hole. I beg your pardon? You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence, but there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence. Sounds that lead to him being convicted and sent to his death? If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested. Oh, those results were an invention, alright? There's no question of that. Are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to the autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me? Kazuma-sama has created one less chance for us here, Mr. Naruto. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial, a reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could it have been a part of some negotiation, perhaps? Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction, but that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape, an escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, before the trial. There were suggestions of some sort of a negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yeah, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Sogi can be explained in no other way. Order. First fabricated evidence and now jailbreak conspiracy? Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Governor Caden and the poor chief warder of the prison. I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years? Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you, he is extremely thorough. He went both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Shums did that? He's a legend. Shums is a legend, honestly. Are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well, bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Here they are. Will the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? I, Barry Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. I'm so drawn to little tidbits to pacify your other persona, if you don't mind. Vigil. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to the court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. What's the professor? We've already been through all this a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward that happened. Our convicts escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Well... The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly accused, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Sogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Guards, hold on now, laddie. Witness, Governor Caden. Aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, a great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Sogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. Witness testimony time. Let's go. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't care if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. A directive from the prosecutor's office? I saying that was the jailbreak plot? That's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't ken that. I'm turning my music up because I feel like it's too quiet. You say you don't know? Listen, there wasn't a thing about that professor case that was the unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. Okay, I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. I suspected there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Sogi and the office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Sogi admitting to crimes he did not commit. Okay. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh yes, my lord? I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel. Okay, we can cross-examine. I think we might have to finish this case. I think I might finish this, actually. Okay, options. Save. Save right there. Okay, save complete. Okay, let's have a look. I really want to just skip through all of this and actually get to a statement I feel like would be able to, I feel like I could present on, but ask about. I think this one maybe? Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Locate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the job out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that, only personally I believe his death was the last part of the plan. What's up, Bailey? Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? Well, Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blurred out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Okay. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Soki in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. Explain, please. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That is treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there any need for all the chicaneries of an escape. Yeah, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Soki never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in that execution room now. Yeah, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that has never quite made sense to me. What? If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and a bottom at the top, a body at the top, it doesn't even quite add up, does it? Governor Kaden, I must insist that you explain why these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Gads. Alright, go on then. It seems to me that the Japanese fellow didn't have nothing to bargain with. He did have something to bargain with, though. He did. He had these Sogi papers.
Objection!
Yeah, these fuckers. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyways. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Avers, that fellow couldn't have possibly have had anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Ah. It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed again, yeah, you wee rat. Did I even tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now. Ah. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on that paper? Our last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. So he's just been wearing his uniform for the last, decade since he's got fired. A weapon. And after the convicts had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yeah, all the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi papers. Governor Kaden, turn my music down. Turn my music down a little bit. I believed you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't ya? Eh? Would I be right in saying that you knew that the so-called Asogi papers had the potential to make great waves somehow? James, what the blazes are you blubbering about? The will was found right and proper in the fellow's cell. Well, I said it would be. But how can that be? Where is his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom. Well, you didn't do a proper job, you peely wally galoot. Yeah, you can't criticize me now. I showed it to you a phone, did I know you? Non-liar. Yeah, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, "The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi," which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Soki described this document as the only weapon he had left, and yet this will contains nothing of significance. Nothing that would be given that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting that, my lord friend, such an itchy nose, oh my god, that the last will and testament stood at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was a far from above board. Suspicious. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Ahsoka papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, what is the real document? My nose is so itchy. It's the worst. Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. What? And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your logic? I didn't read all that. What did you say? We should hear more from the Chief Warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Oh, you are, Strongheart. You are utterly blind from the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. Witness testimony time. Ooh, wow. As the warder responsible for the condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Sogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was still doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about these Soki papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was found in the folds of that fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called. In his kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. Looked through all of his clothes. It can't be true. Were you satisfied to call me a liar the once a year? A wee finger? Why is my phone in sleep mode? There we go. There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take over on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're gonna do? Is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Are you too scared? Little and large. What a double act. We complied with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family at home in Japan, as a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. Added 5 minutes, and we were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely, except for, the ring. Aye, and you cannot deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh? Yeah, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Why is he being so hospitable now to us? Yes, my lord. Why is he allowing us to doing this reluctantly? Okay, let's save. Let's see. Okay, which one? I'm gonna go for it again. Let's see. This one. This is the one that Daily Vigil kind of called out. Oh yeah, we didn't find nothing in Mr. Soki's kimono. The one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yeah, it was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration. I understand. That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword? Yeah, Karma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have a more obvious weapon? Oh yeah, why would he have a weapon in prison? Have some respect. Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence. The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He can't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword but no writing materials? Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay. Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. Cesare inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like a swimming massive jet black earthworms to me.
Excuse me.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil. Sir, it was Scarlet, sir. What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. What? Less swing and more explaining would be helpful. It's something about the testimony you just heard. Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance? Possibly. Or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony. With this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. Need to keep adjusting the audio on my stream. Let's see. As I remember it, the document was written in Scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. That testimony doesn't give much away. So this will really was penned by Kazuma-sama's father. I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon. It's starting to sound very much like Mr. Soki actually had nothing, but a plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense. It's starting to sound like Mr. Soki actually might have had something. Now it's getting so loud. Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. Let's listen to all the information again and see what more we can learn. We can't overlook even the smallest detail. Absolutely. I started seeing, by the way. Let's see. Let's have a look. I see that stuff like this. Yeah, I remember seeing something that was like similar to that was saying about like red ink, like, and there's the ad on it, so I won't explain further. I remember seeing something about red ink, but I couldn't remember what, so I just looked at that. I spilled like half of that. I mean, I spilled a bit of it just on my hand. Jeez. I was gonna say I should have just opened this other G2O, but whatever. Let me leave that in the fridge for me to drink tomorrow, probably. So yeah. We have 10 more seconds left at the ad. My glasses are slightly annoying me. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna try and finish off this trial. I'm gonna try and finish this off. Welcome back from the ad, everyone. Welcome back from the ad. But yeah, I remember seeing something about it's red ink, but I couldn't remember what. So yeah, let's pretend.
Objection!
Scarlet colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did say. What? Ava's again, you've no evidence to say that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yeah, and there's something in it that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yeah, so it does. Scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit, but I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and prestigious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing in that unusually coloured ink, it must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time, and I see the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. Oh? But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual, and no document penned in the colour of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found, so the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing moments before his death? Then it was. If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that yes, Mr. Vigil, sir, when you spotted Mr. Sogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament. Aha. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Soki says. You really think? And why is that coming down? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will. But it wasn't that of Genshin Soki. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. No. What?
Objection!
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament? That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, Impossible. That is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zieks. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death is obscene. He was probably preparing for being killed by the professor, and yet we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death, and that Genshin Asoki came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever, because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yeah, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. No, it couldn't be. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose. No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you just say? What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Asoki had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zieks. All the testimony and evidence presented in the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. A reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, a man of high nobility, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo. However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in the pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken, Miss Psssttt. So hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asoki was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in his will were related to the Professor case. He defends his last statement as mere conjecture. But what are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks were in fact a confession. You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity. Enough, counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor? That would mean Genshin wasn't the Professor. Van Zieks falsely got man killed. Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in, but it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin a Sogi at all? No, it can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man who believed, it was in fact the man believed to have been 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself. Oh god. Oh shit. So Clint was the Professor all along, and not Genshin. It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. He knew. He definitely knew. The great Van Zieks family. They've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. And Lord Clint Van Zieks, he was a paragon of justice in the capital. But he was actually a mass murderer, a perpetrator. If the general public ever found out law and order in this country, whatever they said, but did Strongheart know that Genshin wasn't actually the Professor? My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks. I wonder though, did he never suspect? Mr. Naruhodo, Lord Baron Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Order in the court. Lord Van Zieks. The Professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. A hunting dog. Okay. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. A jewel-studded collar? A jewel-studded collar. That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar, stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. Oh shit, yeah! It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate, capital letter B. What? An emblem bearing the initial B? Oh my, you know it? It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then, the colour you've described was Balmung's. The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zieks' widow. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used to hunting, it could have been found from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey, of course. Human prey. So is it true then? Clint Van Zieks really was the Professor? Impossible. These Japanese are making it all to extortion. I don't know what it said. So the fact that the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. By the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed. And still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then. You may have the truth. Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zeeks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish than oneself. Clint. Feel bad for the guy now. Feel bad for Barack. That's Wendy Banks. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. Yet this is Baker Street. New industry and new technology, and with the birth of the Met Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society, and there's 221B Baker Street. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and gas, and growing daily to fix the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zeeks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of a doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet, but he keeps an enormous hound on his estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. Aristocracy, that's how you say it. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zeeks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zeeks perished. I don't believe this. So, in actual fact, Customer Summer's father did. He made the late Lord Van Zeeks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. And yet, you still let Genshin go to jail. So, I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you then who pinned the crimes on my father. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire, even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth for him, naturally. Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asoki who murdered Lord Van Siegs. Tired man. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yeah, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so it's short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to the man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey. So that night, 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help? Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Stokie was found guilty of charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges, which didn't work out for him. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Soge. Me? You threatened Kazuma. Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asoke. What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. That obviously never happened. You scoundrel. Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asoke. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're this desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand? So, what's it to be, Asoge? Kazuma. I hate Strongheart so much. Oh my god, I hate him so much. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simple: to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost. Bit of an evil face there. Bit of a little smug face. I've never dared let myself even consider the possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. the mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey? Was it you, Lord Mail Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barrett Van Zeeks? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What brazen? I knew that you'd played the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of embodiment of death, of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, my minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe. So what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. And that is everything. And then you let Asogi, you let Genshin Asogi die. For what? For what? Exactly? My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do have my confess. Oh shit. It was I who cited the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. I need to put more white tack on this. I need a more permanent solution than white tack, honestly. Lord Strongheart did it. An unforgivable collection of crimes. But still, all those who died at the Reaper's hand were brought into the court anyways. If it was all in aid of keeping London safe. There is no one left who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I'd like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. And even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Fuck that. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now? No, it can't. I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zeeks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes. I couldn't say I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the Professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the Professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? I'm checking this Discord quickly. There we go. Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once? Really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time, and I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support the idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. But he did. That will never do. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Isogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woe-begone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Isogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Sure. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
Okay, Ryunosuke just objected. Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon? As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Zeeks and his recollection about his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction? One of them just definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Strongheart. It was Lord Strongheart. I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke. Think back over his words. Find the problem. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Isogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only two excellent pieces of evidence from the time. The reed-gun rings that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Isogi. And why I made stream up on my computer and it just like kind of went off for a second, and I was like, oh shit, that's my mic just died. And the 3-page last will and testament penned in the black ink and left behind by the man. What about these Isogi papers? Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, Counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain a contradiction. Which piece of evidence, I may ask you? The Isogi papers. Where are they? Here they are.
Take that!
This here is the will left behind by Mr. Isogi. The 2-paged will. What? Yeah, moments ago, your precise words were the 3-page last will and testament. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Caden. Eh? What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. I was there for sure. I remember the black wire-like scrolls to this day. I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. See? But what? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I remember correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will, and we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page ought nay be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I have a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel. As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me here now. My father's message. It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing might give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asoki's last words to his son to be read out loud for the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitability maudlin words can be of no consequence now.
Objection!
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the contents of their message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then. Governor Caden. You will read the 3rd page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir. Only I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read where in language. This beautiful handwriting? Shame on you, Bray. Eugene say, if I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father! You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba? Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one, but perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Okay, what did it say? What did it say? What did it say? What did it say? Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. Our darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem? Twist thy head? Father, what is Karma? The name of the Asoki clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's a katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Okay, that's just got updated. So we're gonna examine it. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you? I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in some sort of hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We all know why. We've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interests of protecting British law and order, and I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen. What about Inspector Gregson then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Yeah, Dr. Mikatoba. Were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. No, we have Karma which we still have to examine. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. I'm gonna go to the court record. This is my last chance. Okay, court record time. Where is it? Karma. There it is. There it is. Okay. What do we hit? Mighty Karma, twist thy head and watch thy fall, all thy mighty foes. That's the proper way to use a sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh, I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago, and as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the palm at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as Kashira, I believe. Kashira? So Mr. Soki's words would really mean twist above the hilt. You don't think? Open it up. Look what's inside. It is a tightly wound sheet of parchment. Scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature. Clint Van Zeeks, and the date, 10 years ago on that fateful night. For 10 years, it's been silently concealed and said Karma, and nobody knew. Last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Wait, oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. That has been updated in the court record. I think there's is there another achievement for this case? That's what it is. This is just rehashing what we already said. Found it up in a genius hiding place too. Oh, this is new. It seems almost playful at first, but I do wonder if, over the years perhaps, the duties of the Asogi clan have actually called for such inventiveness. Protecting great secrets, you mean? Those sort of duties? Well, I couldn't believe that. Kazuma conducts himself like someone with the weight of his clan's long and noble history on his shoulders. I do have a new achievement. For having the Asogi clan appreciator one. That's one of the hidden ones. Okay. Mr. Naruhodo, I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Yes, yes. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining in the
Objection!
time. It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that escapes everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I dare say that the final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive?
Take that!
Clint's will. There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Seeks. A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case you has escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here, discovered just moments ago. Impossible, that can't be. Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Take that, strong heart. My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Karama. Inside Karama? That ultimate weapon Genshin obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official. My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no escape. There can be no mistake even. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once. What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom. Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon. Forcibly ending the trial without good reason. Not just any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Lord Clint Van Seeks really did pen a will that day. It's exactly as the young Japanese man says. Read it out now. We have a right to hear what's in that will, a right and a duty. Well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to quite as you'd hoped. You fools. Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well then. No. For God's sake. No! Come on, Strongheart. Chill the fuck out, man. You've already lost. You lost ages ago. You lost like an hour ago. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulders. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, and that I may depart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zieks estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not hear discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me as one of them so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of certain experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. And there we go. Decisive evidence. Finally at like midnight. So we now know, yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you. Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country, but you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you've sacrificed up till now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart, to eliminate a man who stood between you and the office you set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots. But the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man, the Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London. Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now too? Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. And in 5 minutes, by the way. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation, whatever it said. Jigoku had face ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I'd worked with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Cicero, you fool. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves, and that would be Trevor, a man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Trevor. Of course, I knew grave robbers were frequented London cemeteries, but that grave on that particular night. Blast! If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished forever. Come on, Jigoku. Do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot. So, Strongheart basically coerced Jigoku into actually killing Genshin. Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then, Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things: never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. They claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Cause of you, Strongheart. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld, and I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reigns supreme. That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint Van Zieks from dishonor in his death. Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way, and then you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. I decided soon, by the way. Certainly defended up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless others. That's enough. Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle. You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zeeks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enjoying the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson, filled with anguish of having slowed his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth he tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by Wii U, and the other started to read that when needed, and I need a drink because I'm reading a shit ton of stuff. Jesus Christ. We're almost done, and it's 12:30, so it's like getting on decently late for me. So yeah, I'm just gonna wait another 30 seconds for the ad to finish. And what notifications have I got on my phone? Before during the stream even. Some Twitch stuff and YouTube and blah 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 blah. Random shit that I will probably never check. So yeah. A few more seconds of the ad. Welcome back from the ad, everybody. Welcome back. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little, when will you get it through your thick skulls? That was all for Queen and Country. I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. He's the worst. Strongheart, worst. What? Well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvellous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully brave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really? Our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud. Keep your mockery. Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld, and how did you put it? Done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes. I really have done nothing, which means I can't be indicted for nothing. No? What? It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed. You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? This guy. I would like to address all the good lords and ladies and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good senses now. Consider the situation with me. If the catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murder of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself, that evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak, that the Reaper of the Bailey was an organised group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, there was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely, as it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished instead: a public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I'd say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. You dick, honestly. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed, we will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interests of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, what say you? He has a point. The things Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, isn't it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? We can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders to the crime rate. And by fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. You're kidding me. You're kidding me. The cheering for that dickhead. Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary. For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn the situation to his favour. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his skill, yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Realistic. It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. Use evidence. I want to use something. Yes, as I know only too well, the only things that carry any weight in court is hard evidence. But Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now. This.
Take that!
Oh my. Yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier. We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I have no doubt that Mr. Sholmes has already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take the center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then. And heave. Alright, here goes. Heave. My dear fellows, must I remind you every time? A gentle tug would suffice. Mr. Sholmes, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, he's here. It's Mr. Sholmes. He's a hologram? I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What? What's the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him. Put that man in irons. This is a close call. You've been warned once already, man. We can't get hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow, an image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yeah. I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Quite. Sounds are transmitted. So, could the images keep them company, I am amused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes? Well, modest description. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes? Now you're just being immodest. Do what you mean to say. You're not actually here, Mr. Sholmes. I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father, I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner. Leave my courtroom at once and get out, or I swear to you. Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be at Buckingham Palace? What is Buckingham Palace, Mrs. Sato? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there? Well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea with Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand? Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. Oh, what? They knew. What on earth is all this about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo. Order in the court. I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen? You can't be, no. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivably distasteful trickery? One apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings, so I decided to show her everything from start to finish. Huh? You showed her? Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph. Well, I can't pronounce that. You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there will be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under her auspices of Her Majesty, you know. You. I confess I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely... Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably... Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for the crimes against this country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Male Strongheart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you're nothing but a criminal. Adjourn. Court is adjourned. Guilty. Oh, the scales are breaking. And the scales broke. He is super guilty. That is sick as fuck. That is sick as fuck. Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume? What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the Swords Hill. Something in my eye, oh my god. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There's more to his last will and testament. What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barog, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. Clint. Male Strongheart. You colluded with Shiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But what did you say about that now, a whole decade later? Yeah, why did you do it, Strongheart? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to affect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And now it's just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as, you very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. Ah, I almost forgot about that, honestly. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final education to an old friend? My lord. As a member of the judiciary, I've been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled, thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice so warped and twisted over its long history was finally to no change, this might just be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talents. Oh, Lord Van Siegs. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Soge, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Mrs. Sato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Siegs, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Shones. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo? What a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now. But actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. I'm going to quickly check this dispatch page. There we go. Woo, woo, woo. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barak Van Zeeks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant Barak Van Zeeks not guilty. Woo, 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 woo. Woo. Finally. That is all. Court is adjourned. And we are back in the defendant's antechamber. Probably for the last time. Well, the last time in Grey's study. We'll be in the defendant's lobby many more times in Apollo Justice. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo, I really must congratulate you. It was truly splendid. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Mrs. Sato, and I'm trying to adjust my mic. Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me. It really was a very splendid show, that, Naruhodo. And I thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But when exposing the truth, I'm afraid I have caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zeeks' smiling face, everything will see much better. He never smiles. Mr. Sato, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed. Mr. Naruhodo, yes? Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held back so dare. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you. What magnanimous words? I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if you were here. Kazuma. He's here. He is here. But he's not smiling. Mr. Sato. There's another face like thunder here. Oh my. And he really was here. Lord Van Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, It's who I should apologize. No, it's I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma-sama. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. What was that second thing? What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps Eugen? Does he know? I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father? It was 10 years ago now, as you know. The day before the execution was scheduled, I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agreed to it, Sashiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugen, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once in secret and tell no one. You should find a lady of the gentry hiding there. A lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're our only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish. My goodness. I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you the same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What did you say? What did you just say? If something should happen to you, tomorrow night you're going to be. You never know, though, dear, what life will bring. Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once with Sashiro and no of him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Eugen. Right, I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house. In the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. Okay. The poor woman was on the floor in the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labour before she weakened further. But it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I had the help of a newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I cared to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was a precious little in it. but an old, there was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of that, everything dropped into place. Baskerville. Baskerville. You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zeeks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zeeks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. And I think we know who this girl is. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan, and without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Oh, how awful. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I asked my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Schultz, I presume. Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Schultz, here's a heart of gold. Really, all it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh? When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba? In other words, the name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba. Oh. That's right, Ayame. Oh, in English, Iris. Iris is his daughter. Iris is Clint's daughter. I had no idea. Ouch! Mr. Marijuana, what's wrong? This little thing just pinched me on the behind of my trouser pocket hard. Oh, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Jones, is that you? Ouch! Yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you. Mr. Jones, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Injustice would require such measures. Bruno, Susan, oh, Iris. Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too. What, I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl again. No, really? Oh, poo. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely. You've promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then. Alright, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier. Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon. Ouch. One final pitch goodbye, was it? Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lord Van Zeeks? Yes? What are you intended to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. What? Oh no! I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Doesn't he want to spend time with his niece though? Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man who once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured the pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from the disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here, I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma Soge. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly. It's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. Must have Iris with tonight's dinner. We must. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. Well, I went back at 221B Baker Street. I'm home. I'm there, Gina. About time you got it. We've been waiting ages, Otto. What are you doing with that colourful piece of history? It's a party, innit? It's gonna go from a bank. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right. I remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba. The world-famous great detective, regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway has concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin? I'd believe it, yes. I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is. Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes. What? You were? Then why didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. Sholmes never change. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba, finally back for the Bailey. And our moment to see. A feast prepared by Iris and Mrs. Sato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Mrs. Sato looking so happy in a very long time. Ah, Runo, there you are. Dinner is on the table, everyone. Please come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yep, I'm losing my compass clubber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really leaving the police force, but why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna expect me a Naruto dick in it, is it? Well, people can change, you know. Ah, yeah. That reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. Eh? It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career. But now, it stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive, for taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again. Yeah, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gonna be me, there ain't no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... well, he was my boss. Yeah, Ginny, yeah he was. Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh. Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it. And I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him kicking and screaming. Not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Nope. Yeah, I think Gina. Maybe best to, well... I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Gina. Eh? Iris? Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But of course, such a lot of trouble trying to find out. For so many people. Hurley? Rena? Professor Mickey? Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone. Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it. Because I finally realised my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley? With every word, Iris. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. Oh. I think Mikatoba. Yes, Jones? I think I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it. Were it not for you. You old softy Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh well, the food would go cold, that's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley? Are you sure? A week is long enough, Iris. Even amidst the most troubling cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. And we're back in our office. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo. Oh, Professor. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yeah, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean, when the subject of her father came up, Lord Clint Van Seeks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin after all. Lord Clint Van Seek's final wish before he died, you mean? Yeah, I had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Psssttt back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? When I read Sasaki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. He'd stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me no doubt. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate that insignia sooner or later, you'd have made the connection to the Van Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Psssttt knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based off my notes from the time. Ah yeah, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Psssttt might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I've never understood is why Psssttt-san came across that manuscript in Japan though. You know, Iris's The Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean. Shum sent it to me. That was before Psssttt left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Psssttt came across it, of course. It was the only case Miss Jones and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my poultry notes. Jones and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Jones for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father? That's right, because Jones had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma, but he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Psssttt-san and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of the year immersed in this world, but I was aware of a seed of doubt inside of me. Add in 5 minutes. Oh god. Until today, it is so late. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else could no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. I'm gonna snooze the ad. I'm gonna snooze the ad in a minute. The path of a defense lawyer. Yeah, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow. But I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Note of the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. There's Susato as well. Susato-san. I just wanted to let you know I'm back. Did you hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help, but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well, from the part about Iris' real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I didn't want to earlier this evening actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you decided now, Hado-san. You did? Susato-san? Yes? I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose you'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me, after all. She was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Susato-san. Thank you. Is that the end? And round the port. Round the port. I can't believe this day's finally come. You're really leaving then, Reno? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will, of course. I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while at least, it felt like old times. Yeah, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Alright, Iris, you do that. Guess it's time for
Psssttt-san.
him to go.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me.
Then 5
And give my
sentences
warmest
are
regards to Kazuma,
perfect for them, honestly. Just honestly perfect.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke,
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest,
But I haven't
I've been
heard
looking forward to our
Kazuma's
wild
voice in a while.
time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital. But,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Ooh.
oh,
They're still
I
referring
see.
to him as the Reaper, though.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karma.
Karma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector, but it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him.
Oh. Oh.
I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor,
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
until I'm ready to face the demon within me, to slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care, if you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side.
Like he always has. Like he always has for the, like, what? 3 cases of adventures?
Until we meet again, then. You have your path
And,
to
like,
follow,
a few cases of
and I have mine.
resolve.
Naruhodo-san?
Susato.
The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, unless I'd be a burden.
I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you?
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Or when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba?
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well,
I love
what are his
Susato, man.
feelings?
She's great.
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
This.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you're happy, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
No. Okay, kind of. For Naruhodo.
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand
Susato
as
isn't that ill
always, I see.
prepared.
Bruno, your ship's about to leave.
No.
Time to
That's
go, then.
Alice's voice.
Look
So
after yourself,
cute.
Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
Oh yeah, he had two swords this entire time.
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. The day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
Oh my god, he is so brave.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
I forgot how brave she
I
was.
should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit
I think
you
the last
in
time we
your
had him
country.
talk was the adventures of the what is it called? The unspeakable speckled band.
What?
I think that was in the cutscene of
The
that.
truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
Oh.
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
I need to go back my ace funny, please. Please.
A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still,
No.
I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
This is. No.
The ship, with our friends from the
Shut up,
east,
art manager. I
sailed
do not
steadily
care. This is
towards
95
the
minutes.
distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
No.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
And that is the end of Great Ace Attorney. We've been playing this since the past 5 months? God. We've been playing it for so long, God. I've been thoroughly in my brain. My brain cannot word right now, so I'm just gonna let the words play on screen. ASD for this is almost 2 a.m. I've been streaming for the past just over 5 hours. One of my longer streams, honestly. But yeah, probably one of my more favorite Ace Attorney games. I love all the Ace Attorney games, but God, I just want another great Ace Attorney game where, like, even if it's just like a little spin-off where we play like one case, like a DLC or something, where we play a case of where like Sholmes and Kazuma and Iris all go to Japan and they face off against like a new judge, you know, that's not Sashiro Jugoku. So yeah, I also want, you know, Van Zieks to actually like have some like interaction with his niece, like maybe when Iris is older and, like Mikotoba says, she kind of learns about the truth. Maybe that can be like a new case, the DLC case that I was talking about. Maybe that can be like a new DLC case that where Iris is older and a bunch of them go to Japan. Like, I slightly forgot about Gina, I'm not gonna lie. Even though she is one of my favourite characters from Great Ace Attorney, I do hope that like maybe like this is a DLC case maybe where Iris actually finds out that she is a Van Zieks and, you know, her dad's Clint. So yeah, and that she's actually Barak's niece. So yeah. Brexit. His murder is where this whole case began, in Twisted Karma and his last bow. I can't believe for such a long time I pronounced it as Twisted Karma and his last bow. Like, that makes no sense. No sense whatsoever. But whatever. Yeah, Stretch. Ouch, we haven't seen him in a bloody while, man. And there's friggin' Sasaki. Two people I thought would never be behind the defense's bench. And there's Hosonaga, also a really great character who I slightly, I'm not gonna lie, in my brain when he got mentioned for the first time, you know, when in this case, you know, when he sent us did he send Herlock the copy? I think it was Herlock on this Dr. Stephen Murigori, who I think have some of the best designs in all Great Ace Attorney. I love their designs. But anyways, Hosonaga, one of my favourite characters from the early cases of Great Ace Attorney. Yeah, I'm glad he kind of got a mention because he was such a pivotal part of many of the early cases. Yeah, I'm glad he got a mention in this case, in the resolve of Inosuke Naruhodo. for your stream anniversary. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Jack. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, this Great Ace Attorney, probably, I do not know where to rank it in like all of the Ace Attorney games I've played so far. It's definitely up there. It's definitely up there, and I forgot about the ad. I forgot about the ad. I forgot about the ad. I truly forgot about it. I have to leave my rant for after the ad has ended. I'm surprised he's still awake. Ace Attorney grind set. Ace Attorney grind set. To be fair, this case took longer than expected. Honestly, yeah, this case took longer than expected. Not gonna lie, I thought I would be done by like 12, and it's now almost 2. So yeah. I thought I'd be done sooner than expected. Yeah, but that'd be done sooner than expected. But this part of the trial, this half of the trial took. This part of the trial, this like the second part of this trial, took way longer than I expected. Honestly, that'd be done like an hour ago. But yeah. Before your stream anniversary properly, thank you, Sugar. Welcome on in. Hello. God, it's so late. God. But yeah, and I'm not even sure where I'd rank Great Ace Attorney, the Great Ace Attorney games. They're definitely up there. Like, they're definitely up there with like Trials and Tribulations for me. Trials and Tribulations is probably my favorite out of the Phoenix Wright games. I just love Trials and Tribulations. And then yeah, I think after I've finished all of the Ace Attorney games that are available on PC and that will be available on PC. So when I finish Apollo Justice and when I do Edge of Investigations, I have to just go and rank them all, honestly. Like, I'm gonna do a ranking stream sometime in the near future, probably after I've done the like mini-sodes, the little escapade episodes that take like 15 minutes for Great Ace Attorney. I'll probably do like a ranking stream of like all the cases from Great Ace Attorney and all the characters and stuff, because that's what I did after I finished the Phoenix Wright trilogy. So I'm gonna do that. But I feel like half of the characters are just gonna be like S tier, man. Like Great Ace Attorney is, yeah, that would be a good idea for sure. Literally, there's so many Ace Attorney games. To be fair, I've done the majority of them so far. I've done the entirety of the Phoenix Wright trilogy, which is 3 of them, and then now I've completed the 2 Great Ace Attorney games, not counting the little like mini episodes. But I've completed the 2 Great Ace Attorney games, and then I've completed one of the Apollo Justice games, and I'm almost finished with Dual Destinies. I've just got the DLC case to do, and that is it. And then the 2 the Edge of Investigations collection comes out in September, and it literally, I think it comes out on September 6th, and that's a Friday. So I'm going to be streaming that launch day. So yeah, I'm still going to be doing like the ranking streams after I finish everything. So after I finish like each like collection, as it was, because I think when I was streaming through the Phoenix Wright trilogy, I tried to do it like after each game, as it was. Like I tried to do it after the Phoenix Wright trilogy. I tried to do it after Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, and then I tried to do it after Justice for All, and then I realized, I feel like it would be a better idea, and then I did ranking streams after the individual games, but then I was like, I feel like it would be a good idea to rank the cases direct the cases after I just finished the trilogy. I feel like, so yeah, which is why I didn't do a ranking stream after I finished the first Apologist or Adventures, just cause it's like, oh, we're gonna meet more characters. And oh my god, I totally forgot about Shamspear. I always forget about Shamspear as a character, but he's kind of a silly character. And yeah, there's a lot of characters in Great Ace Attorney. Not gonna lie. Great Ace Attorney characters fall into two categories for me. Either I absolutely adore them, or they're kind of forgettable for me. Like, I mean, this is kind of a scale-ish, but like, it goes from totally absolutely love them to forgettable, absolutely forgettable. Like, I love, like, for example, Dr. Scythe and her daughter, Gore. I love those two. I love their designs. Favorite designs ever. But until you know, this case, I totally forgot about Beppo. And then he just appears as a character named Sandwich. And like in Ace Attorney, they don't reuse models really, unless they're using like models for silhouettes or like just like random people in the background you're never gonna notice. Then like they never really reuse models. Like, and even then, if they're using people for silhouettes, they'll use the most like kind of basic silhouettes. They'll probably use the most basic silhouettes. I don't know if this is actually true or not, but they'll probably use the most basic silhouettes. Like Mikotoba. Like, you could not tell that was Mikotoba. You could not really tell that was Eugene Mikotoba from his silhouette. Like, unless he was striking a very specific pose, then you could not tell that was Mikotoba. But you could if, let's say, Susato was just a silhouette, you could probably tell that was Susato just from the hair. Like, you know? And I don't know what I'm saying. I'm bloody saying it's too late. It's too late. It's almost 2 a.m. So it is very much way too late, and I'm just trying to watch through the credits, because that's what I always do after I play an Ace Attorney game. I always just watch through the credits on stream. So yeah. And I think they're almost done actually. I know, I just realised that little Wakahai was just following them around here. If you guys don't remember, Wakahai was originally Sasaki Natsume's cat that he adopted when he was like studying over in England, over in London. And then he, after his second trial, he decided to move back to Japan, and kind of Iris and Turlock and Ryunosuke and Susato, when they were, you know, still living at 221B, when Susato and Ryunosuke were still living at 221B Baker Street, they just adopted Wakahai, and now he lives at 221B Baker Street. So yeah. I don't know what I'm saying. It is too late. It's 5 to 2 in the morning. So I'd best go to bed soon and probably just sort this VOD out for YouTube and stuff. Tomorrow morning, well, later, but yeah, I need to go to sleep, man. I need to go to sleep. Yeah. I'm probably not gonna raid anybody. So yeah. And that is the end of Great Ace Attorney for now. We've still got the little mini escapades, which we can probably, like, they are here. We've still got the escapades, which there's 8 of them. Yeah, there's 8 of them. And apparently, according to Reddit, each of them are like 15 minutes long. So I could probably do these in 1 or 2 streams. So I could probably do this in like one stream. So yeah, I've just got those escapades to do, and that is it. This game horrifies me. Fair enough, honestly. It's so long. There's just so many games. Like, your dedication to it is admirable. Well, thank you. But it's just if you like if you're just looking at it from the collections, it's not that bad. Like there's the Phoenix Wright trilogy, Apollo Justice trilogy, Great Satanic Chronicles, and then there's Edge of Investigations coming out in September. So that's 4 collections. But if you break it down by game, by like specific game in each collection, then it gets horrifying. There's 3 games in Phoenix Wright, obviously, and then 3 games in Apollo Justice, and then 2 in Great Attorney, and then 2 investigations. That's 10 games. That's 10 games. That is a lot of games. And I've played like half of them. I've played 6 of them. I've played 6 of them so far, which is like just over half of them. And then there's also there's like a few collaboration games as well, which I don't know if I'll get to those. Like there's Professor Layton X Ace Attorney, which I don't know if I'll get to that game. I don't know if that's going to get a PC port, and I do not want to go walk over to CX and pick it up to get for my DS just to never play it. And I'm not cashing out on a video card for my DS just to stream Professor Layton X Ace Attorney. I'm not doing that. So either I'll wait for a port or I'll never play it. That's just the reality of it. And then there's also technically it's not an Ace Attorney game, but Phoenix Wright is in it. Marvel vs. Capcom 3. And I'm never gonna get onto Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Just not gonna do it. Just not gonna get onto Marvel vs. Capcom. I cannot be bothered to get Marvel vs. Capcom just to play as Phoenix Wright. So yeah, so really I'm gonna be playing through 10 like games that have and will be getting a port onto PC and consoles. So yeah. But yeah. Anyways, guys, thank you for an amazing the 4-year anniversary. I'm not going away anytime soon. I'm not going to bed anybody today because it's way too early for this. So yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna go to bed. It's 2 a.m. and I shall sort this VOD out tomorrow. Good night, puppy. Good night, sugar. Good night, everyone. Good night, Jack. Hope you have a good night. And I shall see you guys on Friday. For probably Minecraft, a Minecraft stream. And then on Sunday, probably Sticky Business. And then next week, DLC case for Dual Destinies, which is the case where I cannot remember what it's called for the life of me. But it's the case where we defend an orca whale. If you thought Ace Attorney couldn't get more insane, then when we cross-examined a parrot back in Turnabout Goodbyes, then it's probably gonna get 20 times more crazy. But from what I've heard, the DLC case for Dual Destinies is actually decently good. Or it's actually pretty good, or like pretty alright, like a pretty solid case. So I don't know. We'll just have to see when I start that next week. But yeah, I shall see you guys on Friday for some Minecraft. Yeah, I don't know what I kind of want to do. I am prolonging the end of the stream, but yeah, I kind of want to defeat an ocean monument on stream at some point. I don't know if I'll do that on Friday. But we'll see. But yeah, I shall see you guys on Friday, which is technically tomorrow. So yeah, bye. Before I end up making this my longest stream, this is probably one of my longest stream ever. I'm gonna be honest. So yeah, I shall see you guys on Friday. Bye.